Hey everyone, Kirostyle here. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney. Super excited to be back with our next episode here after taking a break yesterday. So before we get going, let's do a quick little recap of what happened in the previous episode. So if you are joining us and you have not caught up on everything, and you are being wary of spoilers, here's my warning to you. Spoiler warning, spoiler warning, spoiler warning, spoiler warning, spoiler warning. So in the last episode, we found out that, first of all, Van Zieks has an apprentice given to him by Lord Strongheart. His apprentice didn't really speak or anything like that, and he was ordered by Lord Strongheart to take him in. As we were investigating, we found out the case had something to do with a previous case. There was a serial killer called the Professor 10 years ago that killed a lot of the aristocracy in London, one of which was Van Zieks' brother. The Professor was eventually caught and executed, although we found out the execution maybe didn't go exactly according to how they told the public. His identity was never really revealed, but then we found out near the end that the Professor was actually a Japanese man. And not only any Japanese man, but it happens to be Kazuma's father. Upon seeing the wax figure of his father, the apprentice of Van Zieks seemed to regain his memory and take off his mask, revealing himself to be Asogi Kazuma, which we already kind of knew. And basically he says, "Good to see you again," to Ryunosuke, but then he also reveals that his reason for being in England might be connected to the Professor. So these last two cases are going to wrap up all the plot points of both of the games. And so these last two cases are going to have a lot of callbacks and a lot of information relating to the previous cases. Right, let's get started. And thank you for joining me here on stream. Really appreciate it. Of course, it's always more fun to play with an audience. Okay, so this episode is called Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. His Last Bow is actually the name of a Sherlock Holmes short story, so it's a reference to that.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. "I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog," he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder, an executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Eight days after that earth-shattering trial, and Kazuma regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer, the Professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason, he wasn't at liberty to tell me about it. That probably means he knows then about Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is. Oh, Father! Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very nice of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh, no, not at all. It's been my pleasure. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has. I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships of Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? Why do I feel as though I've seen him before? I take it from your expression you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it? Yes. A firm tap? What? Here we go then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty. Oh! You're... The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Your Excellency. Hello, Judge Shigoku, how are you? It's been a long time. Good. You remember me now. That really did the trick. So, this is one of the very few times we see a judge in the Ace Attorney games outside of the courtroom. I mean, we did see a judge outside the courtroom in Ace Attorney Investigations, but that was a little bit of an exception. Although, technically he was still in a courtroom, just not in the court room. But, as I mentioned, this is also one of the first times we've actually had one of the judges get a name in the Ace Attorney series, so kind of interesting that he's actually playing a role here, not as a judge, but as a character. Guilty! Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? There was no laughing at the time. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Yujin? Ha 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 ha. Of course, Judge Shigoku. You must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. Sorry? Ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on the study tour. Guilty as charged. Ha 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 ha. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Ah yes, now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved in 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Yes. Could you tell us more about it? So, how's the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. And then I truly wonder if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time, we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience.
Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris.
We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening, we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow.
It's wonderful that you're invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father.
It's thanks to Seijiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Now speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital.
Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really.
No. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since then. That doesn't bring him back.
Kazuma's father, I suppose. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he?
That's correct. Genshin Asogi.
Genshin... Impact? You knew, I presume, Father?
Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts.
It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father?
No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness.
However, I suspect he may have his own doubts. Oh, why?
As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there.
Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death?
I don't know. When I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him.
Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually.
Oh? What?
Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks.
What? What? That's news to us!
So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. And you knew, didn't you, Father?
In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what happened, but to no avail.
But he's still alive, and here in London, you say. I never dared even to dream it.
Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now.
Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia?
When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were.
I see.
He only regained his memory 8 days ago.
This is unbelievable.
Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? That began 16 years ago now. It's been a distant memory, really. It was Eugene here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. We were the original three. First judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady.
Yes, grandmother told me.
He went to do research at Great London Hospital to study autopsy. Practically unheard of here in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between back of a prison and a burial ground.
Ugh, not more talk of graves.
Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work.
So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all.
Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden his name was, he was a good man. Yes, and then of course in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested, for a series of the most gruesome murders.
I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years.
I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but
you went a little far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you?
Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan.
There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly.
Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here.
Sato-san's gone off at a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow.
Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. Wish you the best of luck.
Naruhodo, I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been.
Oh, no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me.
Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down.
Sorry? What do you mean?
Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, you know. The very year Susato was born.
Yes, I heard.
The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too.
Oh. Yes. Susato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I too was worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London.
So, that's what happened in a nutshell. That's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor.
Now, one other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you.
Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you?
Well, the thing is, I'm
so sorry that took so long.
Mrs. Sato.
Now then, allow us to take your bags.
Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, porter. No, of course, sir.
If you recognize this as one of the jurors from Magilda's trial, the guild leader of all the carriage drivers.
That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Oh, quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir.
Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense.
Ah, yes, of course.
Ryunosuke looks so nervous. His shirt is very well fitted to his body, I must say, in that picture especially. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. We were interrupted before. Professor Mikotobo was up to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Eh! What was that? A man screaming in a most unflattering way. Do you think could it have been Mr. Sholmes? Oh my, I do hope not. Yeah, I don't do it anymore. Mon ami, stop this disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Right, you two, you're coming with me now. Down to the clink. No, not in prison. It's dark and damp and I don't like it. Oh, the darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared. But you were always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heists. I don't like this. I don't like this. Well, tough. We'll finish this down in the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. Thanks. You're a great detective. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Runo. Well, Iris, we're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I get to see my daddy again sometime soon. Ah, yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest problems known to man. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. What's this? I wasn't there before. Oh, the mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zieks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? Mr. Sholmes, who were those two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions? But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my, you are the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes. but I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Gregsy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is constantly in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Ah, I have it. A bungler. That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that.
So those redheads have been up to no good. I wonder what the men did.
What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before?
Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes?
How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly.
It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was nearly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops.
Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes?
Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent.
But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tussbells only the other day?
Sure, a large sum. One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you.
Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it.
Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least. And what was the answer? Why, there's a substantial clue before your very eyes.
Don't tell me. Let me see.
Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in the front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There's one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end. It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation.
I think we might need another clue before I uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if the charade goes on much longer. Mr. Sholmes, is it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago you said to us, I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. They will serve you to remember that. That case aboard the SS Buria in January. Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse.
Oh, how horrible.
It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I'll be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I'd like to reassure you, I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong.
Oh,
And I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes. I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name. The Great Analytoscope.
I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it?
Oh, is that right?
Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker.
Ah, of course.
Oh, that's given me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk.
The office would be tidy at last. Don't even joke about it, Mr. Sato. You are joking, aren't you? This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. One he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? Shoddy something?
Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius.
What?
Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo.
Stragivore...
Are you even trying now?
We'll come back to this another time, I think. My eye is always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table.
Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers?
It is. So you'd think they'd treat it with more care, really. But only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it.
Oh no!
I suppose something must have been frustrating him.
What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged?
The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor almost 10 minutes.
Oh dear. That is a painful tale.
Oh, I know, I need the newspaper, that's what I need. Duh.
This looks like last week's edition.
What's that article circled in red ink there?
It's in an advertisement column. It says... To the Red-Headed League.
So, we've mentioned the Red-Headed League a few times, but the Red-Headed League is a Sherlock Holmes story as well. The Red-Headed League? What's that?
I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but...
There's something on my face. Clearly this has something to do with that. Lively hair. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Red-Headed League, Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensable, observation. Believe me, I could have seen the hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? So what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you circled? You noticed it in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution for fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me.
But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week.
But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement.
But surely every red-headed person in the country will be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I, just... On the off chance... That might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for that red-headed person in question, I feel, Mrs. Sholmes. So you decided to join in his place. Correct! I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? But what on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it. What did you actually do with your hair, Mr. Sholmes? I'm glad you asked, Miss Susato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. In the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair aflame like red. Would you like to try it? It would make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. I think I'll pass. But Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Ah, amateurs are always hampered by such fears. Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say... But of course. To earn £4 a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely. So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. At the park on Lime Street, where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange barrel. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. When the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I look in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads. Mr. Sholmes, you mentioned before that you were expecting a guest today. Indeed, Miss Susato. That is correct. Not another one of those red-headed gentlemen that were here before. Not at all. They were petty villains. The guest I'm expecting is... a client. Oh? A young gentleman who wishes to appoint the services of this great detective, no less. Oh, how wonderful, Mr. Sholmes. You must stay and observe the fashion in which a great detective receives his customers. Must we? I have you in my clutches now, Rent. Just as I have you in my clutches, redheads. Ha 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 ha! That hearty laugh is masking rather sinister thoughts, I feel. You know, the lady isn't due for another hour yet. Don't feel as though you must wait around if you have other things to do. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zeek's doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. You really don't need any more tension.
My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no. It's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I'm right here. Kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today. I hear, madam?
Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited.
Now leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands and Lord Van Zeek's. I will attend at once.
He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he?
I know, but I haven't done anything, have I? In these past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service?
Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Scythe.
Ah, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, Fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further.
That'd be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me.
Lord Van Zeeks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday.
Oh, missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now?
Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million.
30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million.
Now we'll be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries.
Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations.
The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. And cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World.
He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo.
And I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. And I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe as the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department.
And can you not do that now?
Obviously, no one wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say.
Unintended repercussions of our trial. You simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though.
Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way.
About Lord Van Zeek's apprentice.
Ah yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say. Think that you and he are old friends.
How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zeek's in the first place?
It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Oh my. So he stowed away to get here.
He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeek's. That way I can keep an eye on him.
But then, why the mask?
I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeek's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice.
Because it would be much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask?
He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zeek's. I had high hopes for his future.
By the way, do you know where he's gone?
No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being.
Oh.
And I take it you also didn't know. The man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean.
Genshin Asogi. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was...
Ah yes, Genshin Asogi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain.
They were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon.
And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London.
The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between the two nations at the time, I understand.
Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause.
What? Supporters of a mass murder?
The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway.
Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper the Bailey. Okay, I guess he has nothing else to say.
Aha! Here's my guest now, my latest client with money to spend.
Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley.
Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating. Save locating a runway, of course.
Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Please! Oh, please. Please find my husband. He's run away.
To upset me.
I beg your pardon.
Never mind. A personal matter, my apologies. You jinxed yourself, Sholmes. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I didn't say a word.
Come, my dear madam. Be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please.
course.
What's the matter, Mrs. Sato?
Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently.
Everyone has such a bad memory for names and faces, it seems. Every time we see a character we've seen, it's like, who are they? We might have seen them before.
Yes, now you come to mention it. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil.
So, her name Evie Vigil is a pun on the words evening vigil. And she was a juror in the previous case.
I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure.
Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence.
I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. And I trust you remember your words also.
If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be...
Oh, me.
What am I to tell you? What I am about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand.
Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. Looks like she doesn't remember us either.
Ah, I see.
I can vouch for the gentleman personally. After all, he's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up?
Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but we met somewhere before. Quite recently, perhaps. Oh my.
My dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a most gentlemanly fashion.
Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
Ah, I knew I recognized her.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh. Oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine.
I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now.
It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer. Being hard of hearing, I mean.
Pardon?
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was a frippery, really, nothing more.
Now look what you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. And I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Tell us about your husband, madam.
Mr. Vigil, my daily, is 40 years of age.
So her name, Evie Vigil, Evening Vigil. So her husband is Daily Vigil, as in, you know, like a daily vigil, or a daytime vigil.
I have a photograph here.
An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married?
It'll be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably.
As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things.
Oh gosh.
Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct?
That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other.
Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's unemployment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will?
What exactly is your husband's line of work?
He's a warder at the prison.
A guard? That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder.
That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder.
Indeed? I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation.
Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out.
Dreadful punishments? She mean capital punishments.
And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he's remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors.
Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes.
Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it.
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery.
No. Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow. Yet undeniable.
Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me.
Ah, pay no heed, madam, pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing?
Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
I'm sorry, yesterday?
That really is recent. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night. But this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day. That certainly has never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly. Whatever can have happened?
My dear Mrs. Vigil, please, calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police?
Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas, as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage in my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it.
You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention.
You seek only to put the sweets rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Oh, please, report to me with good news soon, sir.
Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes.
Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you'd be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Or rather, in Ryunosuke's possession, I guess, in this case. Thank you. Now allow me to show you the door.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. And if by that time I successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case?
Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually.
Excellent. And what did you make of it?
Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean.
Ah, so you noted that.
Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among the students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned criminals. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated.
The professor. And our warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed, but nothing you can't handle. I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry?
Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried.
But aren't you going to go yourself?
Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly see that with this hair.
But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair?
That was quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy.
Of course you are. Making us do the work for you. Get your rent.
I mean, technically, we would also benefit from you paying your rent because we live with you, but still.
Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's house, or the governor's office in the watchtower.
This place is full of hardened criminals. How can I remember the last time a civilian was done here? And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me. You know who I am? I'm the governor. Barry Caden,
Barry Caden, as in barricade, I guess. Also, I don't think I can do this guy's accent justice. Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer.
And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean...
Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan.
Japan! Did you say Japan?
Yes?
Well, there's no any of your kind here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, right?
I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about...
I didn't like to be too direct, but... I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners. Now get out of my hair.
So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison.
I might have known. You're sniffing around about that case, are you? You're agents, eh? Part of the Professor's great web, no doubt.
No, not at all. We're just...
Get going with you before I punch your lights out.
We're going. Clearly, the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not gonna get anywhere here, unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden? What are you thinking, Mrs. Sato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. I can't even look around. Okay, fine. I just want to look at your nice clock. Come on.
That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Now, hello, you two. I'm just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I've unpacked. But where's Judge Jigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today, goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison. Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee. Now, I have a rather lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know? Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad, hiding your thoughts? Let's not fall out now, I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Wow, you wrote that really quickly. Thank you. Good luck then. Also, I was kind of thinking the other day about how... Like, we've talked about Kazuma's parents, or specifically his father, and we've talked about Susato's father as well. I don't remember if she mentioned her mother yet, but she does come up briefly in conversation later. But we never talk about Naruhodo's parents. I mean, obviously because they're not related to the story, and it's kind of just extraneous information we don't really need, but I'm kind of surprised because Naruhodo, or Ryunosuke rather, kind of just decided on a whim to cross the ocean, smuggling himself aboard a ship because of Kazuma. Surely he must have told his parents before he left, and surely he must still be, like, writing them or something, right? But he hasn't mentioned any of that. So I'm just gonna assume he's doing so, like, on the side, when we're not looking, but still, it's just kind of something you don't really think about until you think about it. Oh, look at this, a letter of introduction. Professor Mikotoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? Well, maybe not from where I can see, but... I mean, obviously they do that so that when they translate the game to multiple languages, it doesn't really matter what language it is because you can't really read it, but... This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he'd at least call you a nice young man. I'm really not sure that would help. Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, First Class Cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th September. London arrival 1st November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Wait, let's also have a look at Mr. Vigil here. Okay, we can't examine anything else, so let's present it. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden. What's this then? You gonna put the wool over my eyes? You're good for nothing, Japanese student. Mikotoba. That's a young jock from the forensics laboratory. That Mikotoba? Yes, exactly him.
Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yuji Mikotoba's daughter, Susato.
Jinx! You're the young man's daughter! And you didn't mention it before.
I do apologize.
Alright, well, you best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And didn't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits. Aw, handcuff biscuits. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing.
I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
So then, what can I do for you, Hen?
Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing.
Missing?
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Oh. But how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder.
Vigil?
That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
Aye, of course.
This grandfather clock is... It's fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down.
It's modeled on the guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can chop.
Heads off, you mean?
Heavens no! Carrots and parsnips and so forth.
Oh.
If you place a large carrot at the bottom there in the morn, by evening, you've been cut clean in two.
Well, the blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then. I'd never expected to find a parrot in a prison. It must be the governor's pet. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner. Let me out! Didn't kill me! Ah! Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells?
No. He was one of 3 siblings, you see. And he still calls out the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time.
Right. Let me out! Let me out! Didn't kill me!
Aye, I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Didn't you do it?
Let's hope we don't have to get that parrot to testify on the stand. An axe, a hunting rifle, 4 pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection.
That's a story behind every one of those.
You mean... the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon? And the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner? And the handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce 4-legged beast when it was rested. I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruhodo.
Not those kinds of stories, Jimmy. That axe was one I used to chop down the cherry tree in my house. Miss Caden was nae best pleased.
Huh.
And the cuffs on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a puppy.
The stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think, weren't they? Yes, to my relief, and in a small way my disappointment. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison.
Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedication to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder.
Sorry, did you say was?
Aye, he doesn't work here anymore. He left the job.
Oh my. When was this exactly?
There's the question. When was it about? Can it have been much less than, 10 years ago now. What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago. Aye, as I mind it, I haven't heard the fellow's name in all that time. There's a worry if he's gone missing, though. But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here?
That's important, is it?
Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Ah! Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job?
In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter.
You mean he was dismissed?
It was after a particular walk.
Sorry, a walk?
Aye, that's the word for it here. A walk to the gallows.
Ah, an execution.
It's the job of the Chief Warder to prepare the gallows, tree, and oversee any executions, you see. Only, Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. But I can tell you it's very rare for a Chief Warder to be relieved of his post.
But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I wouldn't can know anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal?
And what would that be, Hen?
That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that.
I see. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted.
The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery all have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. You can.
Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sinners. It's still in use today.
St. Sinners? That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there.
Mikatoba and I often used to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms.
For more fresh material, I suppose.
Nah, we used to sit in there for hours and gab about dissection and all sorts. Oh, it takes me back. Or a pot of tea and a plate of cough biscuits, of course.
How charming.
He was a good fella, your father. Reliable, and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese.
Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose.
Well. I can't tell you anything else.
Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, one moment before you're away, Hen. I'm sure I have it here somewhere.
He's got like a full, like, hatchet strapped to his waist there. And it's not sheathed or anything like that. Is that a bit dangerous?
Ah, I found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison.
What is it? That's Vigil's dismissal notice. He's 10 years old now, of course.
Oh my, are you sure?
Yeah, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original mind.
Thank you very much, Governor Caden.
Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed.
Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being.
Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes what we found about Mr. Vigil.
What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Notice of dismissal, 25th June. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict, redacted just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Prisoner Governor Barry Caden. Additional notes: indications are that the jailbait plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. He told us that he's not at liberty to say any more, but this note tells us almost everything. Okay, let's go back to Baker Street. We're back. Hello, you two. Oh, that was you. Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all.
Ah, so that's what the delicious smell is. Greetings, my dear fellows. You returned a good deal sooner than I was expecting. Hello, Mr. Sholmes?
Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Say nothing, your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. Turns out it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application.
Oh my.
Pray, tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you garnered some new information?
Oh, yes. Something very surprising, in fact.
Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest.
It most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that...
Sholmes! Drop everything, Sholmes. There's more important.
Gina?
I can't Adam and Eve it.
What's happened?
Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. Sholmes, come on. Read the mood here.
It's the boss.
What do you mean?
Inspector Gregson?
The boss is... he's dead.
What? What?
They just found his body, shot with a pistol.
What? But... Inspector Gregson? He was... murdered? No. Not Gregsy.
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story.
Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... he was really shot. I don't know much about what happened myself yet. But still there, investigating the scene.
Where did this take place?
A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street.
The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then.
The thing is, No one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss was... He was so good to me. I know I ain't done much yet, but... One day, I was gonna show him. I'd become a proper detective. Aw, they became such a good... She became such good friends with Gregson. And that's despite the history they had together when they first met. Oh, Ginny. So, who did this? Do you have an idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? They've caught the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on. The boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who? What awful person did this? I still can't believe in myself. Gina. It was the Reaper. Wait a minute, you don't mean... They've arrested Lord Van Zieks for it? That's right! That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss! No! Lord Van Zieks? Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Baroque Van Zieks the police have arrested. I saw him with me own eyes. In the interview room of the yard. I don't believe it. But there are witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard a gunshot, apparently. And when our lot got to the scene, it was only the boss and the Reaper bloke in the room. But there's no way Lord Van Zieks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab to the scene right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. You got help. It's a detective's lot to appear whenever some sinister plot is unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes, these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson! Oh, you can see Sholmes has tears on his model. We don't see that usually. Or were those tears, or maybe they just increased like the gloss on his eyes or something like that. It's gone now though. Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes. We will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later then. Wow, we've never seen Sholmes so serious before. Inspector Gregson dead. Is Lord Van Zieks arrested? Bruno, Susie! I've called you a ransom. It's waiting outside. We could have just taken the same cab as Gina though, right? That would have been easier. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Miss Susato? Yes. See, I think one of the things that comes most shocking about this too is, I kind of mentioned this earlier, but Gregson is the second character in all of the Ace Attorney series to die in a game that's not his debut game. The first one was Giselle Brett, of course. Usually, Ace Attorney games are self-contained. If a character is going to be dead or incarcerated for murder, they usually do so in their debut game, right? If they appear in the next game, it's usually just as a cameo or because they're a recurring character. So this game kind of made that really unprecedented because, of course, Great Ace Attorney 2 and Great Ace Attorney 1
are like it's a direct sequel, unlike all the other Ace Attorney games where they're not really direct sequels, they just follow the same continuity. So they were able to basically open up a lot more avenues with writing the plot for these two games because they were able to cover the plot within the span of 10 cases, instead of 5 cases like most Ace Attorney games. So I think that's one of the reasons why they were able to develop the characters and write out such a good plot. And again, it's of course really sad because Gregson's a character we've really got to know over the course of, you know, the entire other cases we've come to so far. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people would find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Boy, what do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers got to be taken right out so you can look underneath them all. I want the space above the ceiling checked. Don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone out in the house looking for dough when the owners are out of town? Jean has obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Oh, so you turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Well again, Gina. Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you just missed that. How did you get here so fast? You went prancing around here, pointing at stuff and flicking that at of his, and then scarpered. Oh, he's finished investigating already, do you mean? Yeah. You didn't stop to say nothing to no one. Not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Otto. You're a lawyer, right? Yes. Why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Oh, poor Gina. She's never gonna forget, is she? The trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Otto. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what? Half a year since I got out of the clink. That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. Well yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that. He did? Yep. And ever since then, he started going out all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was this legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know, he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I heard him say as much. And I take my hat off to that fella. Were his words? Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people what are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently, it's been rented by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone is a name from a Sherlock Holmes novel as well. It's from a story called The Man with a Twisted Lip.
Hugh Boone? It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time. Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Mr. Sato. Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I never even considered that. Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are. If you look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. I see that's where the poor inspector was found. Over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently, the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. And the gun used there is on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself. They stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? Bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There's some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning. That's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting a grilling. You think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The lads at the yard would just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll be up against for a grilling and all. So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right. The rope is laid out around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. It would probably be under Dr. Sei's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. From the shape of the rope, it would appear the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but... well, conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that bloodstain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds could be even worse than reality. Suzato-san is strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is. It is! A bright red hairpiece. And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And it's such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. This is presumably the murder weapon, then. Oh my. It is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot! No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer to just ask someone who might know, I think. Excuse me? I'm sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. To
Many tears, sir. Aww. I was gonna make a joke that maybe it's because he doesn't have eyes or because his hat is covering his eyes, but he's just crying. Aw, man. Right, perhaps I better leave you to your work then. Okay, well, you're no help. Oh, what's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it, in a way? Seeing as it's on the floor here, you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson. It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zieks playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It was rather delightful, after all, in a way. Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things in the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Aw. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax splattered on the wall behind, look. I suppose if a bullet had hit it. It does seem likely the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Ugh. Now that wax at the wall looks like blood to me. Somebody's very half-assedly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You could even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least let in some light, so you could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Excuse me? Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man. He can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. This looks like some sort of notice board or something. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look! This, you mean, it's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these case notes here, and details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here! Oh yes, the advertisement, you mean. To the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose I want to see a picture of one of the Inspector Gregson's family members. Ah! What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are, look! Mr. Naruhodo, quickly! Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? Okay, come on, Naruhodo. I know you like to play that joke a lot because, you know, we're players, so we're supposed to understand the mystery and piece it together ourselves, but come on, man. Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning. Ah! It's Mrs. Vigil. This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either. An empty fireplace makes the room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust, look! I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather, or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other.
I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off at a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you want to take it off again, don't you think? I suppose this must have been a murder weapon. Oh my. It is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. Perhaps someone more familiar with firearms should shed a light on things here. The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too? For fun. Ah! What's that? It appears to be some kind of key. But it's tiny though. It could be a key for a door. Not of that size. So what is it for, I wonder? This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? What's it for? Ah, there's some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps a bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle has been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Show you any of this, Gina? Gina, what do you make of this? What is that? Evidence? I've worked something out about what happened, have you? No, not exactly. I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deductive business yet. But I swear I gotta get the person what did this to the boss. So I guess it gets the same thing here. Okay, let's go visit you-know-who. There he is. Lord Van Zeek's behind bars. So it's true. He really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zeek's. Fancy meeting you here. In the last place on Earth I'd like to be with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened, but you and Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with his information as the shared
case details of the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Hey, welcome to the stream! Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain. Of course, yes. I keep forgetting they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zieks never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zieks? What happened? How much do you already know? We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small, rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by police when they arrived at the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room, and that some witnesses heard the gunshot. And then you're well informed, and there's really nothing I could add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot, obviously you did fire the gun, did you? And I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise. However, before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. Oh! After all, you're not representing me. He's going to need a lawyer, though. Who's going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zieks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Huh. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. It is different. In my career, of all the defense I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Surely not. And I assure you, no defense lawyer would want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stupid little Nipponese friend, for example. He told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now. He is. So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people, so I'm quite sure you would never have taken another's life. I mean, surely Van Zieks could probably represent himself in court, right? He'd be probably pretty capable of it. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer, However, I trust no one.
What?
Not the police, not the judiciary, not you Nipponese.
But please.
I have no intention of engaging your services.
The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems.
I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. And then neither of us will waste any more time.
Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper. Find out more about Lord Van Zeeks, and what happened to Inspector Gregson. I was gonna try presenting evidence to him, but it looks like that's not the case. Shelman's back? Nope.
You've made good time. I took an express train back to London.
I can hear Lord Strongheart, can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone.
Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork.
It's... Kazuma-sama.
Ah, your timing is impeccable.
It is?
No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry.
Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zeeks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson.
And I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zeeks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective.
Oh no, surely not!
It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justices of swift and equitable processes.
So does that mean the trial's tomorrow?
Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions.
Kazuma. That white suit fits very snugly on his body. I don't remember his Japanese outfit being quite so slim.
Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution.
Wait, what? Kazuma?
As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law.
Kazuma-sama, prosecutor?
I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds.
There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself will stand in the dock.
And quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths.
But Lord Van Zeeks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent.
And that's certainly true. Or it has been, at least until now.
Ah!
No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history.
So, Kazuma will be prosecuted tomorrow.
And that's right.
But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. Now, devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I have no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There surely are many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact. You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive as the judiciary closing ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution. Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have honed. After practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of the Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks? And that would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. No, Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Zeeks? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's, there's no proof it's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeeks. You know, it's so sad that, like, he called Gregson the legendary detective, but this whole time we've never gotten that impression because everyone talks down to him. Like, Sholmes talks down to him, Dr. Scythe talked down to him, Strongheart doesn't seem to really care that much about him, Gina, of course, is just Gina. I always think it's such a great shame, and this happens a lot in the real world too, that, like, when someone's alive, they aren't really as appreciated, but then when they die, like, people come out and they speak about how great they were and how much they miss them and how the world's like a lesser place without them. And sometimes it makes me really sad because it makes me think, well, it would have been nice for that person to know that while they were alive, right? This kind of reminds people you gotta celebrate the people you know around you, right? Because you never know. Okay, I have no idea where to go now. Back to Sholmes? Nope. Wait, no, maybe I need to present some stuff to Male Strongheart. Oh, I already talked about the gun. Can I show you this, Lord Strongheart? I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence. Oh. And especially when the evidence in question is so dull. Ah, so that's the real reason. Like, I doubt any of this he'd respond to. Mikotoba around? Okay, you're not saying anything new. This guy told me not to come back. Usually when I get stuck during an investigation is one of two things. One is usually I forgot to examine a piece of evidence. Two is I have to present something to someone. But I don't think any of this stuff applies. Just in the interest of time, I just want to quickly do a double check because, of course, you guys know these streams get kind of long, and I just don't want to waste time. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Forgot that. I just assumed because he's standing right behind Strongheart, I was like, oh, these conversation pieces are for both of them, but I actually gotta do this. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but you'll be alright now. Okay, it's been like a week, and obviously finding out he was still alive is quite the revelation, but surely we could have gone for lunch or something, or, you know, had a talk, or, you know. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was a voice. In this past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out now.
Hold it!
And before you go, Rinosuke, finally. It's been so long since we've heard Kazuma's original theme, not the sad version of it. Gosh. Now, things have changed. Before you go, Rinosuke. What is it, Kazuma? And I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I have another purpose for coming here. Oh. I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow, and I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as a defense counsel. Huh? Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person? It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. I don't understand. Why are you giving this to me? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Aw. So he still trusts me. Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter. We've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Yeah, we came here to get on his good side. Then we insulted him. Nice going, Ryunosuke. Oh, sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. And I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi. That made the color drain from his face. Huh. Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. "10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi is Kazuma-sama's father. So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget, it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all Japanese. I'd only just been appointed as prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor, assigned to the investigation as his partner, was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. That was Genshin Asogi. Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted an Asoi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented.
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the Professor Case Inquiry, Lord Male Strongheart.
Wait, what? Lord Strongheart?
He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I've felt indebted.
I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor.
Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you?
This is an interesting rearrangement of Van Ziek's theme. It's so sad but haunting.
Ah. And of all things, as a lawyer.
I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese.
I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years that hatred had festered inside me, I could no longer control it.
And I can understand why. Now I know the history.
But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Sogi I am the bane of his, the reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy.
Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean.
It's the first time I've ever encountered it.
Oh.
The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place.
It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard.
Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made.
What sort of approach?
After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy.
Oh my, 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising?
Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. My brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result I could avenge my brother's death.
So, you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have had taken his life.
I don't have confidence in anyone.
Oh.
And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I have no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London.
What really went on between Lord Van Zieks and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship? About the gun you used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene.
Ah yes, that's not mine.
Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is.
What do you expect me to say to that?
Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
As embarrassing as it is, I'm afraid it's true.
When did you lose it then?
That I don't know.
Oh.
I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks, after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into this. And don't make the mistake of associating me with this. Nipponese. Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? So it's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good. That's for sure. Aw, look at them. They're so happy back then. Lord Van Zieks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. It had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know? Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Dr. Gina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. And that was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight into the true nature of this man, known to all the stone-cold reaper of the Bailey. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zieks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now. I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here's a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genjin Asogi. The man he idolized, and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me... You mean this photograph? Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plagued me now. I look to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. For Lord Van Zieks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. My, this is an interesting case we have here already. Man, and there's so many mysteries to be abound. We're going to start to slowly begin unraveling this long thread of kind of hanging plot points that we have yet to find out. Alright, we're going to go into this trial, and we're going to do about half of it before we leave off for today so we can finish tomorrow. So let's take a 5-minute break now. Thank you so much for joining me again on the stream. Hope you're enjoying the game, and I really appreciate it. I'll see you back in 5 minutes. Thanks. Hey, welcome back. Ready to get going with this trial? Let's find out what mysteries we can solve here. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courtroom. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air today, isn't there, I suppose? Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, your hair is back to normal. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. Now, good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. And what an honor that would be. Your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Aw, thanks, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own. Oh, okay, well thanks, Sholmes. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Oh, hey. Gina. What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed. I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming students in action. Yeah, no pressure. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Otto. Oh, yes, Gina. Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke, everyone says is what him killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. If it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. At least, there may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Otto. Get whoever did this. For the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you gotta find who done this and make the wretch pay. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. Alright then. Here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zieks. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Baroque Van Zieks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again. For so long, it feels. I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present. By Her Majesty's direct orders. How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and abdication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today. If no members of the public are present, that means we don't have a summation examination to do, right? Might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Members of the judiciary? Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. As I stand here in this courtroom now, I am quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma. Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old, single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of the country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. The powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama. We're not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There was a candelabrum mounted on the wall. The tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. There's precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or another. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, Counsel. Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Zieks. As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken, and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Burg Van Zieks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening presses. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the court on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come, but since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony, then, witness. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That testimony was the whole truth. It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. And I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word for it, it's laughable. What's gotten into Asogi? Or into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
You were investigating the inspector. What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry. I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question, you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted on the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So in summary, you're investigating the victim. And yet, you refuse to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man?
Hold it!
Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out everything. But at 5 p.m. the sun would have only just gone down. It would have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember. And there was an oil lamp on it, as well as a framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. Did you say it was very dark in there? Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Aha! Then could it be... Did the gunshot actually originate from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Ugh, this is going from bad to worse. Thanks for coming to the stream. Take care and good night if you're leaving, and I'll catch you later. And you say there's a point at which you notice a revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. That's really similar to what happened during the very first case where Ryunosuke was the defendant, isn't it? I guess that's another thing he has in common with Van Zieks. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. Huh? What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no scent of spent powder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. Ugh.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume. And that's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them have set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. Without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A police patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion. I was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in the direction.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere. I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Baroque Van Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. Oh, I love this music track too. Listen very carefully to it as it plays. What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant's in lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body before the room was dark, or because the room was dark. And that's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? It is you examine. Let's just say if you examine, not it you examine. If you examine the tip of the long candle, you'll see it is blown off by a powerful impact. See, listen to that? It's a Sogi scene. But this is a different version of it. It sounds so menacing at first, and then you hear that it's a theme being played on different instruments. Instead of having that Eastern instrument feel, they use a lot of Western, like, strong instruments here, so it sounds completely different. And in a way, it's almost like... The thing I really like about this, what this music track tells as a story, is that we've heard his theme so many times, it sounds so comforting, it's so nice, and then we hear like the sad version of it, it becomes comfort to us, and now suddenly it's antagonistic to us. And it's kind of given that idea that maybe this whole time we've been clinging to this idea of who Asogi was, or who Kazuma was. When Ryunosuke arrived, he was like, I'm gonna make the British system, I'm gonna learn British law, I'm gonna make the Japanese law system better, I'm gonna fulfill his dream. But it turns out maybe his dream was much different than what we thought. Maybe the man that we were living up to was a completely different person we thought. We only saw one side of him this whole time. And we're trying to live up to those expectations, living in his shadow. And now that we've kind of come out from under his shadow and became our own lawyer self, we're coming into confrontation with this man who seems very different than how we remember him. I don't know, I just think it's really powerful. I love the way the music in this game tells a story. That's just my little aside. I would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Or it's like, maybe it's kind of like the idea of, oh, we haven't seen him in a year and he's had amnesia. Man, Kazuma's really changed. And then it almost comes to the realization that maybe he didn't change. Maybe we're the ones who changed, and maybe he was like this all along, we just failed to see it. I still really like Kazuma. He's probably still one of my favorite characters because of all of this. I was a bit torn when I found out what happened to him in this game, but I still came around to liking him anyways, just because I think it does really good for his development too. Even if he's not the same as the type of person I thought he was at the very beginning of the game. Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullets is long. We can reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question, why only one has ended up longer than the others? That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Ah! That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. Ugh. And now, to the next lie. There's more. The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. And that's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that these contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there is a common thread linking all the documents on that board. Indeed, what is this common thread, Counsel? They all relate to cases prosecuted in courts by Baroque Van Zieks. Oh, look at that smug look on Kazuma's face when he said that. All of them. And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord! Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Ah! Oh no! In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout. No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Counsel. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? What? Order! 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 Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Baron Van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to this country. However, it is with deep regret I must concur with Prosecutor Sogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable. See, I don't remember him being this good when he was on my side, right? Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. And now, the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Very well. Lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand. Certainly, my lord. So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us. We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live. I give them all vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into verse for them. Ah. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Yeah, everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know? Jaunty little tidbits. Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up original it is. 6 is the price and not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? No, come on, sir, don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man, counsel. Alright. 6 it is. Why is everyone pressuring me to do this? Come on, guys. Even you, Kazuma, come on. Susato, I should have thought better of you. You won't regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on? Just between us? A young couple on Slate Street had just had twins. What do you mean just between us? The whole gallery is watching. Is that it? No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread. That bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 a piece it is, if you're curious. I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. Yeah, very good observation there, Ryunosuke. What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6 a pop. What'd you say? You weren't exaggerating with a little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah. The second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they can blow up the whole school. Not the most savory of ideas, young lady. What'd you say then, eh? Want to part with 6 for a pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow the whole courtroom. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. Pay the woman, counsel. Alright. I'll buy one. Okay, I guess this is a running joke for this trial. Lovely stuff. Right then. This is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus Special. Only 600 pence. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about it, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey, either. And the last witness, what name do you go by and what do you sell? I'm a thinker, me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think? Because I stand there on the street watching the world go on about me. They call me the Observator. Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything. Problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think well what it means. Okay, come on. We know it's you, Beppo. Does that mean you've fallen on hard times since McGilded's case? You probably got fired from the guild after overcharging people and lying, didn't you? Poor guy. I don't actually sell anything, no. Come to think of it. Pity. No more purchases today, please. Yeah, you were all gonna force me to buy it, weren't you? Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. And they conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see, and thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime.
Well, I'll be beggar though, just between us. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
Well, what I think is, if what we see as light and shadow playing with our eyes, is any of it real? Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. I also like how no one seemed to acknowledge that it was Beppo, so... I mean, it's obviously him, but no one actually seems to connect the dots. I guess he was a little unmemorable, and it was a very long time ago for everyone.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building. It was less a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang.
Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared half to death of me, so I ran off to find a copper.
These witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything. Who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Baroque Van Zieks.
I've seen pictures of Reaper in that paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I've made myself a tidy sum already.
Wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied.
Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot.
The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. Well, isn't that convenient?
And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Q Boone.
The testimony the court has just heard would appear to have leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No. Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony somehow. Okay, let's examine our evidence and also not accidentally present it.
Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks.
Sorry, it's just that this Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like.
Shall we find out?
What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom.
Bang!
Alright. That was a fairly sizable bang.
My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like...
Yeah, it sounds like a gunshot. Also, I thought the bang part was just Susato playing with him, that's why I said it in her voice, but they actually lit some of it, didn't they? Yet the piece is still here. Just like all pieces of evidence we can somehow magically examine without removing from the crime scene.
There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back to years on here, aren't there?
This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look.
Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here.
Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out.
And do you remember, there was a red hair piece at the scene too?
Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then?
Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Also, the fact that we didn't actually bring this evidence did. Kazuma did, so that means that he either lugged this entire thing in here for us to look at, or he just kind of magically, like, added it to the court record, or we're magically able to summon a 3D model of it to look around, right? Because of course, this is a game. Things don't have to be completely realistic, I suppose. Autopsy report. Coroner, Maria Gori. Victim, Tobias Gregson, age 45, nationality British, time of death. Nothing. Cause of death. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. Additional observations. The caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zieks. I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in there, that's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson, did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. First fella might have gone inside, and a good 15 minutes before we heard the gunshot. The victim arrived 15 minutes before, are you sure about that? Am I sure? Does it seem likely I've forgotten a fella with bright hair like that, does it? Yeah, his hair was really red, wasn't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even.
That fiery red mop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, chum? Aye, he was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well. But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. Yeah, we knew that too, Ryunosuke. Why'd you mention it? What? Why do you seem so surprised, Ryunosuke? Come on. Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. And a red hairpiece. Ah, of course. We saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? Oh, surely, come on, guys. We saw Holmes with red hair. You should have an idea. You'll make me spell it out for you. The color does suit the man, one might say. Do you really think so, Judge? The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. It just disappeared. What, you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do ya? We definitely saw him at the dock going in, though. No question about that.
Hold it!
By which presumably mean the gunshot. I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I always thought that probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here at the building. That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went. Just like that. Well, he's a Reaper, ain't he? That's what the French call a fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There could be no clear motive for the crime. Hey, but like, if you didn't want someone to discover your hideout, so you killed them, but then you knew it would instantly become a crime scene, then the whole world would know about it, right? So that doesn't make sense. Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible move. Great.
And at the time, you ran inside, is that correct?
Hold it!
So, when Gossip ran to see what happened, did you go too?
Well, me, I'm a bit hampered, see. All the signs are that I can't move very well.
You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? Yeah, Ryunosuke doesn't seem very good with names and faces, it seems.
I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am.
So you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then. Okay, so you do remember Ryunosuke. I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot.
Turn down King Henry Street and Black Widower's Arms is just there.
Oh dear, you've made him hide behind a sign. Life is full of surprises.
Hold it!
So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right?
That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional I did and yelled out, "What's going on here?"
Lord Van Zeek's claims he heard was a man's scream, though. Was it dark inside the room?
No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall.
Really?
And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
I see. Even though Lord Van Zeek's claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall.
Next thing I noticed, someone standing right beside the body.
The accused, Baroque Van Zeeks.
That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold, hard stare myself.
Excuse me!
You have something to add, Mr. Sandwich?
There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am, just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me.
I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean.
Well, what I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers.
That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want to make us into... You want us to make you into a real sandwich.
When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it?
Oh, you run, beggar. I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all 4s. That's all I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, this is true.
The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my head in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck.
What? A pool of blood?
But listen here. Even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold, hard stare. And don't you forget it.
Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
I did, aye. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony.
If I must.
The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor.
Hold it!
You wiped your hand on the floor.
Well, who wants blood in his hand, eh? Horrible stuff. And they might have thought I'd done it. No ta.
So you didn't think that might be a problem?
Does it really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor? They get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss, that's the message from all of us.
something wrong, Counsel? No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor. That's all.
Don't come at me with that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off. On the floor, the blood.
I wonder, could that be what happened?
Mr. Naruhodo.
I don't have all the answers yet. I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. Okay, let's finish pressing before we present.
Hold it!
So you didn't run into the room with your friends?
I'm not that sort of girl.
Sorry?
I'm a timid little thing, me. I was too scared to go in there.
Ah, right. I see.
Old Lippy and the witch ran in. The witch ran in there, and I heard a sort of old lady scream.
Oh gosh. Like how she calls him Sandwich the Witch.
Well, that wasn't me, I swear. If I was a gentleman, I'd stake my honor on it. I wondered what on earth was going on.
Which is when you went to find a policeman.
And I ran into a copper as soon as I turned the corner. So I brought him straight back to the place. Didn't I do well, eh? Just between us, that copper's eyes nearly popped out of his skull, out of his head when he saw the Reaper.
I've never felt more uncomfortable in all my life. And the defendant was arrested on the spot, I believe. Considering the catalogue of killings the Reaper had carried out, it was a particularly inauspicious end. If I can't find any holds in his testimony,
I'm afraid the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruhodo.
The truth is, though, their combined testimony is fairly damning.
Unfortunately, there don't seem to be any obvious problems with their statements, do there?
Still, if Lord Van Zieks really is innocent, then I'm almost certain we'll find something in there that doesn't quite add up. You don't think that one of these three could be the true culprit, do you? I don't know. What I do know is that there's more to this case than has yet to be brought to light.
Objection!
So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that?
Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection!
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. Man, Kazuma, your objection sounds kind of... How to say it? Smug? What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out. Prosecutor Sogi. Oh, dang, Ryunosuke! Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Surely, Kazuma, you would have seen that when you presented the evidence, really. Come on, examine your evidence, man. Didn't you teach me that in case 1?
Ah!
Oh yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint on the distinctive color of blood.
Ah! You're dead right! That's my right hand! I'd know it anywhere.
Objection!
The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim, and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have become a considerable distance from the body.
And I fell over when I came across the body. So it was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. Huh? There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it you formulated a proper hypothesis, Counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by... The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is. If the witness has put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointing upwards. What does this tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet. The point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
Take that!
This is the only possible location. Immediately adjacent to the doorway. If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Back! If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection!
But the accused also claims the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words, and just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown wide open with force. That can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, making the victim's body visible. See, I have to assume that maybe there was no light from the hallway either, right? Because even if if Van Zieks went into the room, he would have seen the notice board was there, right? Over the light from the hallway. And how come when he opened the door, the notice board didn't fall over? These are probably little small contradictions I don't really talk about in the trial, but I still think about them. Good gracious! My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Ugh. I like how he reaches for where his mask used to be when he does that. It's interesting. Order, order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before now? I mean, maybe because Van Zieks opened the door normally and then Gossip kicked it down, which is the difference, right? It has to be. But still, it doesn't feel like this setup would have worked in real life. But we're in a video game. It's fine. After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room. I guess when I see the room like this again, it does look a lot smaller than the floor plan makes it look like. Witness, what have you to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord. You and your fellows were on at the scene before anybody else. Goes without saying, you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. I don't know anything about their notice board. I just want my hand on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened.
That's right, yes. It doesn't pay to expect too much.
It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world, that's what I think.
Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Broek van Zieks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances?
Most certainly, my lord.
Very well. Then you may proceed, counsel.
Hold it!
So you admit it was the board that you wiped your bloody hand on? Admit it? What's to admit? It's there plain as day for all to see. A smashing print of my right hand. Perhaps you want to hide that handprint. So you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you? No. Imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man? Well, did you see anybody else moving the board? I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you. But even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there was precious little light inside either. And bottom lip was all a quiver. In other words, this witness is unable to give definitive testimony on that point.
Yeah, so it would seem.
Hold it!
When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to kingdom come.
Huh.
So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to.
Oh, you sneaky Venus.
Also, I guess she didn't mention this in the English version, but in the Japanese version, the school she calls, or maybe she calls it by name later, but the school in the Japanese version is called the Ashtar Boarding School, which is a reference to the game called Ghost Trick, which is also produced by Shu Takumi, the creator of Ace Attorney. But maybe in the English version they left that out, I don't know. Oh, you have. Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
What a racket. Good business model, I guess.
Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life, selling explosives.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Are you sneaky?
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich.
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement now just bring something to mind, perhaps?
Also, I can't help thinking that his nose looks kind of like a carrot, and that his mustache, the way it's modeled. I mean, obviously it's to frame his face and give it the same look as his eyebrows for that expression, but maybe that's not actually a mustache. Maybe those are just nose hairs. Ever think of that? Philosophical thoughts, deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said, without batting an eye, Telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too? Or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But, it seems to me you've been suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you?
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that, and I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set him off, and that'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a startling, disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot keys seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. That rotten liar over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it.
Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it?
Who knew firecrackers pack such a punch? So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief.
Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah?
Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurous act later. For the time being, you'll immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course.
She doesn't seem fazed by it at all.
Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room when it all happened.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'll take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
Alright, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then.
I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know? Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please! As if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please. He's almost as intimidating as Baroque Van Zieks in a way. In a different kind of way.
Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flipping thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
You're telling us that you did move that board.
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft barnbutt! I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell?
Oh, please. I should be so lucky in my imagination.
The truth, now!
I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. but a bit of junk like this can't be worth much, if you ask. Ah! So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it. Gina. Young lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch there, that was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard, for a big case he solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail, when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swiped it off him once and blimey was he upset. Gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then. It's not all that though. I took it to Jabez's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. The name here, Jabez, is also a Sherlock Holmes character. The character from the Red-Headed League, which is fitting for the topic of this case in Ace Attorney, I suppose. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Ah, I knew I should have lifted it. Gina barely fits on the witness stand because she's standing on the side. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh please, just so long as you'll promise to give it back when we're done. Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you to try to get your grubby mitts on it again. That's enough. Hand the watch over to the bailiff forthwith. Now, children. Watch your manners. Good lord! The glass appears to be broken. More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't tick anymore, either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh? Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Ugh. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel. Let's have a look at this watch. Glass over the face really is badly cracked, look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd-job man. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from the small hole here, look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know what the inspector took such good care of his watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit into this hole. It'd be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we already found. Okay, we already read this. Mr. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. I knew it. A perfect fit. And look! The inspector's watch has started going again. Ah, so it has obviously not just been wound up, that's all. What is it, Miss Usato? Well,
If the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too.
Hold it!
But you did go to see what happened in the room, didn't you? Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know. And I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high. So you did go to see what had happened. It's not the destination that's important, it's how you get there, isn't it? Did you notice a notice board in the room? If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. So if I spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of a sense of rivalry. I mean, oh, he's saying he and the sign and the notice board are of the same species because he's a signboard, a walking signboard. Okay, Sandwich, if you say so. Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo signians. Does that mean that you didn't notice the board? I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. In which case, just who is responsible for moving the notice board? Okay, we already figured that out, so the fact that these testimonies didn't change.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, come on now. Don't tell us you're not noticed. It looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. Not notice boards. They're the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes. I can't say I'd ever noticed. I'd tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off that man on the floor, or off the Reaper, not for a second. Sorry? Well, I was that scared I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do if you look away, do you? If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board. That I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to that. I couldn't have missed it if he'd heaved the thing upright again and dragged it into the corner. Right. Glad we cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Kazuma.
Hold it!
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it? Maybe the notice board fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way because of that gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too. My fate? That's right, the defense is fated to lose. And the prosecution to win. Hey Kazuma, you said you wanted me to be the defense here. Why are you being so difficult to me? You could do your job but still be respectful, come on. What is it about prosecutors, man? In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. If I could just find some problem with that part of their story, it may be possible to change all their fates. Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it? Not much to go on. As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. But it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma's right. It's not relevant to the case. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure there's some deeper significance to all this. Yes, I know what you mean. I have no doubt there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts. Alright then.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh? At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key. And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. Ah, what? Order, order, order! But counsel, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot. It is exactly the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing, other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. Boss used to wind it up every evening without fail while I was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But, if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, yeah. Well, how'd you explain that? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident when the gunshot rang out in the room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Order! Order! Counsel! That is a most extraordinary claim!
Objection!
Extraordinary isn't the word. It's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. That's right. Wait a minute, you're forgetting my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great pound of blood. Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried, it was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection!
That blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the body. Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Oh my god, you picked up the learned friend thing from Baroque, didn't you? Ah! Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. Ah. Thanks, Susato. We got this. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? Us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang came from their room. Now you listen to me, a street seller's ears are his livelihood. I see you still have your whip from your omnibus driving days, huh? I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can say with certainty is that you heard a noise. Eh? Explain yourself then, counsel. A noise that sounds like a gunshot. Could have been made with...
Take that!
something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness. Now hold on a minute, are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway, see? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. Okay, but we already lit the Venus special, and it made the sound. How did you get a second one to light it? Come on, Naruhodo. Ah! You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot, for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Baroque Van Zieks. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? That's why people like them. I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. Good heavens, a bomb! Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. Ah, no, wait. It's whenever you like part that's important. A time device. Yes, exactly, a time device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a time device was employed to create the gunshot sound?
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible, why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes. But it is not the case that there was also scorch marks on the victim around the bullet entry wound. That's right, there was. As we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Ah! Which means the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks. How could that be? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the fireworks at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse on the firecrackers, generating a loud and that is how these 3 witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. See, because they said the bullet struck the candle, but I'm pretty sure no one found a bullet at the scene. You'd be able to find it, surely, whether it be lodged in the candle or the wall behind it, so that argument never really should have worked. Well, what a plot! And this implies the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now just hold your horses. All us lot here saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair, even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. The person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say? It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, Very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? Look at that smug look on his face. I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? Huh? I also noted the lack of time of death in this report. A stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Oh, dang, Kazuma. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Sogi! What on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. Okay, you kind of changed your tune. You were scrutinizing everything I said and saying it was unimportant earlier. Belittling me. If you were actually trying to work with me, you didn't have to put on the act, Kazuma. Come on, man. You're still my best friend, right? 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 Please. The defense's assertion about the time of death, based on the victim's stopped watch, is just conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly, I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing? Where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the yard? However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing, wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well. Counsel, present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? Well, it had to be the Red-Headed League, right?
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in the crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you've already worked it out. What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A deception of what nature, Counsel? And they've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads? I like how Sandwich's sign says, like, it says hot, it says Kiro on it. Right? Kind of a weird thing to put on a sign. Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using his hairpiece. So it's very likely he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least. The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Sogi. At once, my lord. Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Hey, welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, bad news for you, I suppose, is this is actually where we're going to leave it for today. So, this is actually halfway through the case. We're halfway through the trial, and then there's more of the trial to come, and then there's more investigation. So, in order to split it up for yesterday, or for today and tomorrow, to make it even between the two chapters, we're actually going to leave off here today, which is kind of weird. I know I usually don't leave off in the middle of a trial like this, unless it's like a 4-part trial or something like that. But we're going to have to find out what happens next time. Exciting, right? Things are really ramping up. There's a lot of intrigue. A lot of our key players are on the field now. Guess we're going to have to wait till tomorrow to find out. Thank you so much for joining me today on the stream. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. I really appreciate you coming to watch. Don't forget that all the videos are archived as well, so you can go back and watch them at your own leisure. This video should also be immediately available. It takes some time for YouTube to process it so it appears on my channel, so you might not find the link on my channel, but this URL that you are at right now should still work. You can rewind the video and you can rewatch the parts that you missed. So we'll find out what happens tomorrow. Thanks so much. I'll see you guys then. Take care.